It's game one of a doubleheader on Moon Field on this soggy Saturday, and I promise you are not being fooled. Here on the campus of the University of Lynchburg, it's an ODAC matchup between the Guilford Quakers and Lynchburg Hornets. Hi, everybody. Evan Gates on the call today. LHSN will have all the home sports action across campus, and this one proves to be an exciting battle. Two teams in the top half of the ODAC standings. Granted, it's early in conference play, but we don't know how things will shape up later in the season, and for the time being, this is going to be a pivotal doubleheader today. So excited to have you with us here at Moon Field. Weather has been a little all over the place, and that's characteristic of Virginia as we have the first day of April. And the Quakers and the Hornets. It's going to be an exciting matchup. On the mound today for the Hornets, it's going to be Emily Charlton, who has had an absolutely phenomenal season. We talk about pitching staffs. We know that early in the season, maybe trying to test things out. But for Charlton, success has been solid so far as first pitch is underway, 1:58 here at Moon Field. Charlton gets it in there for a strike. It's going to be fouled left. Right now at the plate will be Cassidy Lenkos. Shortstop for Guilford today. Here comes the pitch. Going to be taken outside. So 1-2 count. Lenkos, a sophomore from Irvine, South Carolina. Going to foul that one off. Touched on Charlton a little bit. A junior from Chesapeake, Virginia. 2.88 ERA so far this season. 6 starts and 10 appearances. As it's going to be strike 3. Throw down the line for out number 1.
The left fielder, number 6, Abby Hill.
And Abby Hill will step into the box, batting .354 on the season. She started every game, leading the team with 65 at-bats, 9 out of 9 on stolen base attempts. Can't get much better than that. As Charlton delivers the pitch, showed bunt, but will pull back, and it's ball 1. Another take. Hill is in left field today for the Quakers. We'll go over the Lynchburg fielding alignment. In the outfield, left to right, it's Dooley, Hackett, and Powell. Cundiff will be at third, Walter at short, Watts at second, Tooley at first, as that's a pop-up for out number 2. And then the battery mates, it's going to be Hudnall behind the plate and Charlton at pitcher. So that's the fielding alignment for Lynchburg today, as Allie Morales will step into the box. Batting .407, that leads the team. Guilford has found success early from a batting standpoint this season. Give you a stat just to put into perspective how close this ballgame could be coming into it. Both teams so far on the season have played 20 games with 12-8 records. Leading into this one, 540 at-bats each, and they're separated by 1 RBI. How about that? Doesn't get much better than that, and especially with the doubleheader. We're going to see lots of action today as Charlton gets it into a 1-1 count. Close pitch there, not going to get it. No easy matchups in the ODAC this season. We know Lynchburg, who played Marymount in their last outing. We'll touch on that a little bit later, but playing a ranked Virginia Wesleyan squad who's 6th in the nation, split a pair of games last week. confidence is always big as well at this point. As 2 outs. It's going to be pulled into right. 3 up, 3 down for Charlton. So it's a solid start for the Hornets. And here on LHSN, we will be right back with the bottom of the first. Welcome back here on LHSN. Addison Walter will step in for the Hornets. She is leadoff today. And as we said, excited to have you with us on LHSN. Walter, a junior from Mechanicsville, batting .345 on the season. We'll go ahead and introduce the pitcher for Guilford today. It's Dylan Northen, a freshman from Kernersville, North Carolina. 4.64 ERA on the season. 3-2 in 9 appearances, 8 of them being starts. Pitched 34 2/3 innings on this season, so we know she's capable of staying out there for the Quakers today. 2-1 count. Always interesting as well, just the coaching decisions with doubleheaders. As we see in softball, more doubleheaders maybe than other sports. Lynchburg will end the season with 10 straight doubleheaders. The final 3 of those being on the road as well. So play at Moon Field will wrap up relatively early for the regular season. As Walter has worked her way into a hitter's count, it's 3-1. Northam with the pitch. And going to get a call. Nice one in there. So full count. Walter reached base 6 times in the doubleheader against Marymount. That one's going to be foul. So you know she is feeling confident. She started every game this season. Leads the team with 55 at-bats. We know what she's capable of, as well as this Hornets squad. Can't get too into statistics. We know that you have to come out and play. But from a hitting standpoint, Guilford certainly has an advantage today. Guilford, so far this season, batting .333, which is about as productive as you could ask for. So it'll be interesting to see Charlton on the pitching side and see her contribution. But full count to Walter. And out into center, and a nice catch there in center field. That's going to be Callis with the nice grab, so 1 down.
Now batting the catcher, number 6, Carly Hudnall.
Sometimes you wonder, early in a ball game, just trying to get out there, make contributions. It did not take long for Callis with the diving catch. So in steps Hudnall for Lynchburg. Batting .267 as Northen at ball 1. Hudnall's going to get into left center and will reach. So the first hit of the ball game goes to Carly Hudnall.
The left fielder, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Gracie Dooley will step in, batting .340. The senior from Bedford, Virginia. Playing left field today. It's going to be outside for ball one. One down here in the bottom of the first. See Lynchburg in their camo uniforms and honoring Military Appreciation Day. Runner was off. It's going to be grounded to the first baseman. So 2 down, runner on second now. And in steps Carly Cundiff.
Number 4, Carly Cundiff.
Batting .417, 13 RBIs on the season. She's had just 4 strikeouts and 48 at-bats as well. As I mentioned, with the Hornets in camo, Guilford in maroon. Interesting color combination today between the two teams. It's going to be popped out here for out number 3 as Mitchell takes care of it. So with that, we will head to the the top of the second. Score laced 0-0. Welcome back here on LHSN as we head into the top of the second. We have a fun one brewing between the Quakers and the Hornets. Anna Frazier, the designated player, steps into the box. And there for strike one. Let's go ahead and talk about our coaches here in today's contest. 2 that have found success. Dennis Shores for Guilford in his 15th season, over 300 wins with the program, the school record for coaching victories and seasons. And then in the other dugout, Dawn Simmons in her 24th season, the most wins in ODAC history. If you remember 2019, a super regional berth. Pitch going to be fouled back, so 1-2 count to Frazier. Charlton has looked pretty composed so far, towing this lab. Simmons has never missed an ODAC tournament for Lynchburg. Another one fouled back. In the Lynchburg Sports Hall of Fame. As we said, 2 coaches who certainly have the attention of their players. Large pedigree of success. And strike 3, so Charlton, a nice pitch to get Frazier. Allie Clemens will step in. She has the catching duties today for the Quakers. A junior from Cocoa, Florida. It's going to be strike one. Charlton, nice work there. Doesn't force pitches. As we've said, we know she can go deep into ball games as well. Here comes the pitch. That one low. Clemens batting .364 on the season. 13 appearances thus far, slugging .576. Right back to Charlton for out number 2.
The center fielder, number 22, Grace Callis.
That will bring up Grace Callis, a junior from Creedmoor, North Carolina. Batting .359. She started every game so far. A lot of these Quakers in the middle of the lineup. Their bats have definitely woken up this season. See the flag blowing in center field. Can get pretty windy, and today especially we've had some weather advisories regarding the wind. Earlier it was rain, but the field so far has not given the players any problems. Callis in center field today. She's at the plate, 2-0 count. Here with 2 down. So we see there, Charlton having a little bit of a discussion with Hudnall. Early in the game, just got to stay composed. We know doubleheaders can make for long days. But focus has to be on game 1 as Charlton will get one in there for a strike. So still hitters count 3-1 for Callis. Contact made. And the shortstop, Walter, will retire the batter. So, in the top of the second, it's still nothing here on LHSN. We'll be right back. Here on LHSN, due up for the Hornets is Tooley, Watts, and Hackett. We'll have more on them in a few seconds, but today, spring fling event. We see a lot of alumni coming back to Lynchburg. Always exciting, too. Some of the prospective students visiting campus. Weather is shaped up nicely for this one.
Leading off for Lynchburg, the first baseman, number 25, Sophie Tully.
And in steps Tolley. It's going to be strike 1 for Northern. Tolley, a senior from Moseley, Virginia, of Cosby High School. Pulls that one. Had some distance, but it's going to be foul. Tolley has started every game she's been a part of. 5 RBIs. First base, no easy task at any level. Gets a pitch to hit. It's going to go into right. Diving, but unable to make the catch. And Tolley will slide into second with a double. So nice work to lead off the inning for Tully.
The second baseman, number 7, Sarah Watts.
Lynchburg's second hit of the ball game. Patterson made a nice dive, just unable to make the catch. See Tully with a little bit of energy on second. We'll see what the Hornets can do with it as Sarah Watts steps up to bat. A week ago, she was the Player of the Week for the ODAC. She has 2 of those weekly awards now. She batted .571 the week of March 20th. She earned that distinction, batting .346 on the season. As Tully got a little too far off second, so Clemens trying to keep her honest. No outs, bottom of the second. Score still laced at 0. Watts got out in front of that one, pulls it foul. So 2-1 count. If you're just joining us, welcome here on LHSN. We have lots of sports going on around campus today. Characteristic of spring seasons for sure, but having the spring fling event, see some vendor tents that were modified a bit with the weather. It's going to be a snag at third, throw over to first, and 1 out, so that holds Tully at second. Nice work by Morales to get the throw.
The center fielder, number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
And Hackett will step in. So 1 down here in the bottom of the second. Hackett is in center field. The junior from Appomattox, Virginia. 319 and 47 at-bats is her average. As Northern, there's a pitch for strike 1. That one's going to go foul. I think if you're the Quakers, that ground ball to third, almost a best-case scenario, holds the runner at second. Oh-2 count. It's hit into center, and Tully thought about sagging, but she will stay. So that's out number 2 for the Hornets.
The designated player, number 13, Olivia Herman.
And in steps the designated player for Lynchburg today, Olivia Herman, grad student from Westminster, Maryland. Batting .371, so even the bottom of this lineup, there are some Hornets capable of getting on base and causing some damage. So we'll see how Northern reacts. So far it's been solid work from the 2 pitchers in Charlton and Northern. Expected them to start here on the weekend. We know they've been inning eaters so far. Pulled into left field, and Tully is going to try for home. It's going to be a close play at the plate. But the Hornets are on the scoreboard first as Tully slides into home. And the Hornets,
Number 10, Lexi Powell.
nice work there, not trying to do too much. So it's going to be an RBI single for Herman, bringing Powell up to the plate for Lynchburg. Runner on first, 2 down. Pulled into foul territory, and it will stay foul. Lexi Powell, the junior from Vinton, Virginia, William Byrd graduate. She bats switch. Obviously more of a preference thing too. As you see, she is in the right-handed batter's box. And right to the shortstop for out number 3. But Lynchburg on the board early, as it's a nice RBI single from Herman that will score Tooley. So on LHSN, it's 1-0 Lynchburg. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on LHSN. Seconds after pitching for the final out, it's going to be Dylan Northen, who is up at the plate. A freshman from Kernersville. That's strike one. Top of the third, Lynchburg leads 1-0. And Charlton with the pitch. That's going to get in there, so 0-2 count. Charlton doesn't like to waste time getting in the strike zone. Allows you to set up a strikeout pitch, have a little bit more comfort, especially if no one's on base. Don't have to worry about really wasting one. Here comes the pitch. Northen to bat on it, and it's popped up to the shortstop, Walter, for out number one.
The second baseman, number 5, McKinley Mitchell.
At second base today, batting eighth, it's McKinley Mitchell. Batting .327 on the season, the sophomore from Clemens, North Carolina. Sunny weather right now at Moon Field. Really enjoying a nice day from what this morning could have looked very different. Another thing with spring sports, weather tends to throw a wrinkle in it a little bit more than some of those early fall events when it's still warm outside. I know a lot of the winter sports inside. Excellent work to have this doubleheader today. Charlton just outside, 2-2 count. And strike three for Charlton, so solid work to retire Mitchell.
The right fielder, number 23, Emma Patterson.
In the 9-0, it's Emma Patterson, batting .289. Started 17 of 18 appearances. Another one you don't want to have on base as she shows bunt. 8 for 8 in steal attempts. See how often that's employed today from the Quakers side, who has proved to be capable around the base paths. 1-1 count here with 2 down. Nice pitch, low in the zone for strike 2. Patterson at the plate and right today for Guilford. Charlton tries to get her to bite unsuccessfully, so 2-2 count, 2 down. chopped down the first baseline, but it's going to go foul. Matter of inches there. Stooley tried to hold it fair. And there is strike 3 for Charlton. She's faced the minimum through 3 as we head to the bottom of the third. Hornets leading 1-0. Welcome back to Moonfield in the bottom of the third. Lynchburg will have Addison Walter lead off. Walter 0 for 1. And quickly an 0-2 count from Northern. We mentioned some of the players on the field for Guilford being able to get a lot of starts, a lot of appearances this season. They have 5 players who have started every game this season. Lankos, Callis, Hill, Mitchell, and Fennell, who's doing the work at third base today, not batting, as quickly 1 out. But so important to build trust early in the season, and I'd say that we're really moving into the second half now. So being able to have a lineup who has been consistent certainly works. Bunt down but foul for Hudnall. She singled in her first at-bat, the catcher today. Pitch going to be outside from Northern. So 1-1. Guilford an almost exclusively right-handed pitching staff. Always wonder how much that affects the lineup, especially in a doubleheader. We want to keep people fresh for game number 2. As now 1-2 count. And just in the gap to right. It's going to be Hudnall with a single and 1 out.
The left fielder, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
We saw a diving play there from Mitchell trying to hold it in the infield, but unable to. So Lynchburg has a runner on first as Gracie Dooley, the left fielder, steps in. Batting third in the lineup today. Another left-handed batter. We talked about that matchup battle. Northern delivers the pitch. Shows bunt. Infield certainly aware, but still with 1 out, not necessarily a bad idea if you're the Hornets to test that throw to first. Hudnall on first. She's going to go, and it's going to get into the gap and left. Rounding third as Hudnall. Dooley has a double, and Lynchburg goes up 2-0. A solid hit there from Gracie Dooley. Goes over the field of center fielder Callis. And Lynchburg making contributions early. Sometimes a tendency early in a ball game, maybe wasting a few swings trying to make something happen, but the Hornets have done very well so far. Just watching the pitches, and then every now and then you're going to get a hit like that for extra bases. Cundiff, the cleanup. At bat, it's an 1-1 count. Cundiff has been very successful this season. 7-game hit streak. She's been batting .600 throughout that span. We'll keep an eye on that today. Cundiff fouls one back, 1-2 count. Fourth in the ODAC with a .417 average. Always helps to have that at cleanup. The Hornets 2 runs on 5 hits here in the bottom of the third. Grounded to third. Out number 2. They're going to get 2 as it looked like Dooley tried to get third, and that will end the inning. So solid work from the Guilford infield, and the Hornets are retired. But they pick up another run. The score now 2-0 on LHSN. Right back here on LHSN. We thank you for joining us in the top of the fourth. An ODAC battle between Guilford and Lynchburg here in softball. And at this point of the season, schedules will be extremely busy. Lynchburg will have 20 games in 28 days, all of them doubleheaders, so a little bit more time, especially with travel. The last 3 series of the season on the road. Lankos up to bat, the shortstop today for the Quakers. Tries to get one down and almost beating it out, but it's a nice throw across the diamond by Cundiff for out number 1.
The left fielder, number 6, Abby Hill.
For Lynchburg today, we mentioned the spring fling event going on. Lots of different sports as well. Women's lacrosse at 3:30, men's lacrosse at 7, both at Schellenberger Field. Also have beach volleyball. We know due to the potential weather that would have happened today, baseball moved their doubleheader against Eastern Mennonite to tomorrow. So you can catch that one right here on LHSN. But for the time being, it's softball. Nice grab there from Tully. She's just going to guard the line, and there's 2 down. Charlton has really limited contact so far.
Third baseman number 8, Ali Morales.
But we know in softball it can change in the blink of an eye. As in steps Morales. Flied up and foul. Charlton throws one in the dirt, so 1-1 count. Mentioned that men's lacrosse game later today against number 1 Christopher Newport. In any sport, it seems like when the number 1 team in the nation steps into your house, you're going to be ready. And especially being a number 1 team, having to face everyone's best throughout the season, we know how difficult that can be. So the captains will be tested. So we know the Hornets, another top 10 squad in the nation, got a win last night versus Randolph. That spring season continues churning. It's been lots of fun if you're a student or just a fan of the Hornets to see all the athletic events around campus. Something special. Charlton almost got it. It's going to be a quick throw, and the umpire will say it's an out. It was a very tight call at first, but nice work there from the Hornets as it was Watts who gets the throw over to Tooley to end the inning. So, score still 2-0 here on LHSN. We'll be right back.
Sophie Jolie.
Right back with you here on LHSN. My name is Evan Gates, calling the action here in this doubleheader today. Game 2 will start roughly 30 minutes after the conclusion of the first. Get the field nice and ready. Players get a little chance to breathe. The first baseman, Tooley, at the plate. Not a double on her first at bat, so a quick 0-2 count from Northen. For these squads coming up, Guilford will have a doubleheader at home against Virginia Wesleyan coming up. High pitch, gone for a ball. That doubleheader tomorrow, game starting roughly at 1 and 3 o'clock. And then Lynchburg will be on the road at Ferrum. Again, 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock starts for some Sunday ODAC action. Tooley pops out to center. That's 1 down. That will bring Sarah Watts up to bat.
Number 7, Sarah Watts.
Watts a grounder to third in her first at bat. If you remember, it held Tooley at second, but only momentarily. Caught strike. Northen has done a solid job of having first pitch strikes so far. Lynchburg has just been a little bit better getting contact. Hence the 2 runs on the scoreboard. We know on weekend series like this one, you want to throw out pitchers who are capable of eating innings. Both Northern and Charlton have been solid this season for their respective clubs. 2-1 count. See if Watts takes a swing at one. And called strike, so 2-2. Both teams 12-8. Mentioned that stat earlier, having exactly 540 at-bats each before this one. And it's going to be a tight throw. And it's called safe. Fennell did an excellent job there at first. Almost going into a full split to get that one, but it's unsuccessful, and Watts will reach. So you have to imagine that would go down as a single.
The center fielder, number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
Looked like it was off the glove of Morales. Lankos had to quickly fire that throw over. Bunt shown. And throw to second. And another close call, but the Quakers won't get it. That's 2 outs. Saw Watts get a little too comfortable rounding second. She had to get back to third.
The designated player, number 13, Olivia Herman.
Quakers have done a phenomenal job in the field today. Staying aware, getting the throws at the right time. Seen a couple of base running mistakes from the Hornets. Lankos will fire the throw over to first. And so no more damage is done. Solid work from Northern as the Hornets unable to add to the tally. It's 2-0 here on LHSN at Moonfield. Well, Emily Charlton has done an excellent job so far from the Hornets through 4. As we head to the top of the 5th.
The designated player, number 25, Anna Frazier.
And Anna Frazier will step in for Guilford. A soggy but sunny Saturday. Frazier struck out in her first at-bat from the right-handed batter's box. First pitch is low. You know, before today, this was really just forecasted, but the wind gusts were expected to get up between 50 and 60 miles per hour. It's going to be a nice run back there by the center fielder Hackett to get out number 1. Close to the warning track for out number 1.
The catcher, number 26, Allie Clemens.
They make it look so much easier than it actually is. We know you have to watch out for the other outfielders, but you also have to pay attention to that wall. Charlton points back. Showing a little bit of love to the center fielder. So 1 down for Clemens, who steps in. Ball 1. As I mentioned, with those wind gusts, it was interesting to wonder if this game would even be played if you were a few days out. But with as tight a schedule as these two teams have, you want to make sure you get those in when possible. It's a line out to short. Grace Callis, the center fielder. And there for the Quakers. Seeing a couple at bats now. Charlton, first pitch in the dirt. Trying to get them to bite. It's going to be on the center. And a very nice job this inning from Hackett. That's the third out. And the Lynchburg outfield doing a phenomenal job. As the score still 2-0 here on LHSN. Kaylee Hackett, the junior from Appomattox, Virginia, making things look easy. Out in center. And the Hornets still up 2-0 here at Moon Field.
Number 10, Lexi Powell.
Lexi Powell, the right fielder, will step in, wearing number 10. If you're just joining us, the camo jerseys today that the Hornets are sporting are in honor of Military Appreciation Day, as Northam's pitch will be in there for ball one. No easy series here for either of these teams, really being in the ODAC. We know Lynchburg came off of a split series against Marymount. That first one, all 6 runs scored in the 7th. As nice work there from Fennell to get over and throw it for out number 1. But you have to wonder where the confidence was at for the Hornets squad after dropping that first, having all 6 runs to really drop the game in the last inning. But the Hornets turned it around and ended things early against Marymount in the second game, winning 9-1. It's always a positive sign. Got to have short-term memory out there. You carry things from one game to another, that's where those unfavorable streaks will start popping up on the schedule. Third time around the lineup will bring up Addison Walter. Still searching for her first hit. Can see that wind. Some of the dirt going around. If you've been a Lynchburg fan for a few years and you remember there was almost a mini tornado down on this field in one of the middle of the games. Location down right off the traffic circle. Not something you see every day, that's for sure. Full count, 1 down for Walter at the plate. And swings for a strikeout. So 2 down. Northen certainly finding her stride now. Just 1 hit here in these last 2 innings. Also batting for the Quakers today. Hudnall at the plate. And that one will get through. And Hudnall will reach. There's tapped one down the middle, and it works. So the Hornets trying to extend the bottom of the 5th.
The left fielder, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Gracie Dooley, who doubled in her last at-bat. Now in the left-handed batter's box. Trying to make something happen late in the bottom of the 5th. Runner goes, and throw is dropped, so Hudnall will be credited with a stolen base. Hesitated there in the middle. It was great positioning if she just would have kept going, but makes that play close. So now Dooley with a runner in scoring position. Out into left field and easily caught for the center fielder, Callis. So that is 3 outs as we head here into the top half of the 6th. Lynchburg still leading 2-0 on 7 hits here at Moonfield. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Guilford and Lynchburg here in the top half of the 6th. We're going to have some pinch batters. It's like Morgan Singletary will step in for the Quakers. Umpire dust off the plate. Charlton, 2 innings shy of a no-hitter. We'll keep our eye on that one. Lynchburg defense has been all around the field today. Singletary has strike 1 called. Hasn't really been one big moment in this one. Lynchburg hitting pretty consistently, getting runners on base, but really just playing some better defense. Quakers unable to get it going so far. We'll see if that changes with Singletary at the plate. 2-1 count. Pitch is low, and the count is full with no outs. Again, Emily Charlton has faced the minimum through 5. Pitch and strikeout. How about that? Right in the zone. Nice work
Pinch hitting for the Quakers.
from the righty.
Morgan Lawson.
And Morgan Lawson will step up to the plate. The freshman from Boonville, North Carolina. Again in a doubleheader. Sometimes want to see some different looks from these coaching staffs. It's been relatively routine in this first one. Not too many surprises that jump off the page. Lawson batting right, 1-1 count. One down here at Moon Field. It's going to be skied, and it looks like the second baseman, Watts, is over for out number 2.
Pinch hitting for the Quakers, number 19, Casey Johnson.
Casey Johnson batting left, another pinch hitter. Also a few pitching appearances this season. Strike 1. Hornets defense has been all over the place in this one, but they've kept things tidy as Johnson swings at strike 2. Charlton 1 pitch away from facing the minimum through 6. Johnson, nice take there, thought about it. Another one of the freshmen on this Quaker squad. 10 appearances on the season. And outside for a strikeout. So far here in this one, through 6, Charlton still facing the minimum, and it's been a very solid effort all around from the Hornets. They'll be up to bat when we come back. Well, here on Moon Field, as we mentioned, we're on perfect game watch for Lynchburg. Emily Charlton, 18 batters, 18 retired. But for now, the Hornets will be stepping up to the plate. So far, 7 hits, 2 runs across. And it's been solid work so far. It's going to be a new pitcher on the slab here for Guilford.
Now pitching for the Quakers, number 99.
And it's going to be number 99, Morgan Kinney. The junior from Brown Summit, North Carolina, a 1.97 ERA. Batters have hit just .222 against her in 10 2/3 innings. As we head into the bottom of the 6th, we'll have a few more substitutions here for Lynchburg. At this time of the game, get some new looks.
Leading off the Hornets, number 16.
Kenny, another one of those right-handed pitchers on the squad. Umpire doing a nice job of keeping those substitutions in check as Lynchburg will start batting with a strike. It's been a relatively quick game so far, just over the hour mark. We know in the sport of softball, you never know what you're going to get having different games. Madison Barnes is the one at the plate right now, the freshman from Scottsburg, Virginia, Halifax County High School. Kenny with the pitch. Right down the zone, and it's going to stay foul down the right foul line. Pinch hitting for Cundiff. So we will have to see if that hit streak stays alive. Have to wonder how many more at-bats the Hornets will get, but still just a 2-run ball game. So the Quakers, if they can get something started in the 7th, are certainly not out of it. Full count. Barnes and Kenny in a battle. Seen lots of full counts today, really. Both sides. So quite a few payoff pitches, as is this one. Kenny inside, and it's a leadoff walk from Barnes. So Lynchburg has one on.
Now batting for Lynchburg, number 12, Bree Hodges.
Bree Hodges will step up to the plate, pinch hitting for Tooley. 1 on, no out. Hodges this season batting .238. .21 at bats. It's going to be skied out to center. And nice dive there. Center fielders on both sides have been tested all game long. That was Callis with another nice grab for out number 1, as Hodges will have an F8 in the scoring category. Sarah Watts will step back in here in the bottom of the 6th. Watts 1 for 2 with a single and a ground out. Have to watch Barnes on first. Barnes just 1 stolen base on the season. And it's going to be grounded. It's going to be a very close play, no throw. And the Hornets have them on first and second with just 1 out. Trying to have a few more added to the run column.
The center fielder, number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
And Kaylee Hackett will step in again. The other center fielder, we've been talking about some nice plays out in the outfield. Kenny's pitch in there for a strike. Can sometimes be fun to see nice hitting and homers going over the wall, but having good defense, something that is equally appreciated by fans of the sport. You'd argue that sometimes it takes a little bit more athleticism just to reach out and have a diving play or to make that quick throw. It's true in really any sport. Defense wins championships, the old adage. 1-2 count, 1 out for Kenny. It's a high pitch. And a little bit of movement on that one, but it's going to be 2-2. You want to get an out here because if you allow another to reach, you might have bases loaded in a punch-out, pop-out scenario. So we'll see what Kenny can do. Here's the pitch. Nice swing on it. And that's a double play. Lined out to the first baseman in Fennell, and that's just a little unlucky if you're the Hornets because you're already out trying to run to second. But a nice snag there from Fennell ends the bottom of the 6th. So as we head to the top of the 7th, we'll keep you with us. A little bit of a conversation there as Emily Charlton, 3 outs shy of a perfect game on Moon Field. It's almost snuck up on you if you haven't paid too much attention to it, but she's done it in all ways. There have been nice defensive plays in the outfield. She's had a few strikeouts here and there, getting some ground balls. No super big flyouts, no big hits really into the outfield, and I think that's important because limiting contact will always help when you're trying to keep runners off the bases.
Shortstop, number 0, Cassidy Lankos.
Cassidy Lankos will be up to bat, top of the Guilford lineup. As I said, Charlton 3 outs away. We'll keep our eye on that. The Hornets 3 outs away of a Game 1 victory. Down at Moon Field. Lankos batting left. First pitch will be a ball. You have to keep the heart rate under control too, because not only are you vying for maybe a perfect game that is ended there, but it's also going to be a tight ball game. So Charlton allows her first hit of the afternoon. Cassidy Lankos will end it there. But it's still been an incredible effort. Quakers have been kept off base through 6. But Lankos starts things off with a leadoff single. Bunt attempt. If you're Lankos, have to be careful trying to steal, but you also want to make sure you get those runs in. You don't have much time left if you're the Quakers. Another bunt. Both of them taken for balls. Don Simmons will walk out and have a discussion with Charlton. We'll see if there's a pitching change or if it's just talking strategy. You have to imagine with just one hit, she'll go for the complete game. We know matchups can also be a big part of it. Abby Hill is at the plate. Another one of those base-stealing threats. 9 on the season. Charlton has thrown 75 pitches so far in this one, so quick math, you think about 12 an inning, give or take. But we know Lankos was able to reach, ending the potential perfect game no-hitter. Hill will get one into the outfield, and trouble is brewing for the Hornets, as 2 have reached, both on hits. Now you bring Morales to the plate.
The third baseman, number 8, Allie Morales.
Allie Morales, she's got it done all season, 407 batting average. Almost getting on base half of her at-bats. On-base percentage, .478. You'd love a double play here if you're the Hornets, but minimizing contact. It's going to be a bunt. You had to think it was coming. Charlton's going to get there, and it's going to be a play at the plate. Got the out. And a very solid play there from Tooley down the line. Gets out number 1, trying to score at the plate. Charlton was unable to get the runner going to first, so it's just going to be 1 out. So it's going to be a 3-2 put out at the plate. Wow. No shortage of action here in the 7th inning. So Morales will reach. Charlton just couldn't get it over there, but now 1 strike. You have to think a play like that, you get a little bit of energy, get a little bit of momentum. Always a positive, but the Hornets are not away from it yet. Runners on the corners for the Quakers. High pitch and untouched. It's Morales stealing second. No throw up the line, so now a base hit could score them both. Just 1 out. Pitch was low. That play at first was really interesting because Tolley had to work just to even keep the ball at her glove. And then the quick reaction to go home with it. You have a million things on your mind at once. Pitch inside. 2-2 count now with 1 down. But that's the sport. That's what you practice for. Both of these teams battle-tested throughout the season. Charlton not going to get it. Full count. Frazier fouls it off. Frazier yet to reach in this one. Strikeout in the 2nd. Charlton with the pitch. And it is called strike 3. It's about as good as it's going to get for Emily Charlton, and now they're 2 down. Trying to get out of trouble. Chance for a complete game, but Guilford has runners on 2nd and 3rd. Clemens at the plate. High pitch. That was a very big strikeout for Emily Charlton, or else you're facing bases loaded with 1 down. 2-0 count. You're going to have to throw a pitch in the zone at some point. As we said, you get a runner on first. There's nowhere to put him. We'll see if Clemens swings at this one. Charlton. It's going to be popped up, and that's the ball game. Charlton will have a complete game with 2 hits. In line for the win today. And a very solid effort from the Hornets as that will end the ball game. So the Hornets win with 2 runs on 8 hits, no errors.
Your final score from game 1, Lynchburg 2,
and
Guilford 0.
Guilford,
Please stick around
no
for
runs on 2
begin in
hits,
approximately 30 minutes.
both of which came in that 7th inning. Time of game was 1 hour and 19 minutes. As we said, it'll be about 30 minutes until we start game 2 of this doubleheader. So a very solid effort. Charlton will be in line for the win. Northern will be in line for the loss today. But stick around on LHSN. Again, about half an hour. We'll have more action here on Moon Field. Sports all across campus at the University of Lynchburg. But that's game one. Final score, 2-0. I'm Evan Gates. We'll be right back in half an hour. Welcome back to the Hill City here on the campus of the University of Lynchburg. We're double dipping today in softball as game 2 on its way. The Hornets took game 1 2-0. It was a solid outing from Emily Charlton. She had a complete game with only 2 hits allowed, had a perfect game going through 6. And so the Hornets get it done, but Guilford looking to split today's series. The Hornets will be in their camo jerseys again. Guilford will be in maroon. If you're just joining us, my name is Evan Gates. Welcome here on LHSN. See a lot of doubleheaders at this point of the season, so about 30 minutes between game 1 and game 2. But we're wasting no time and getting right into it. It's going to be a fun one. We hope you're ready for some more ODAC action.
Leading off for Guilford, the shortstop, number 0, Cassidy Lankos.
Lankos will step in for Guilford. She led off game 1 as well. Get you information on our pitcher as well. It's a very quick turnaround between games, so we're excited to have you with us. Busy schedules for both teams at this point in the season. And caught there at third base for out number 1. So quickly down is Lankos.
The left fielder, number 6, Abby Hill.
That'll bring Abby Hill into the box. So quick there for a line out. Angela Sparandeo, the senior from Glen Allen, graduate of Deep Run High School, has posted a 3.07 ERA so far this season, 6 starts and 8 appearances, just 4 walks, and the 29 2/3 innings that she's pitched. She has been solid, as is most of this Hornets pitching staff. Bunt shown, pulled back, but it's going to be in there for a strike. So 1-1 count early on here at Moon Field. Tons of action here on campus today through really the entire realm of athletics. We know that men's and women's lacrosse will be on the turf later today. Beach volleyball. Women's soccer also had a little bit of an alumni event. It's going to be hit back to Sparandeo and easy out number 2.
The third baseman, number 8, Ali Morales.
So a traditional 1-3 put out as Morales steps up to the plate. Guilford 1, 2, and 3 batters. Exact same as that last matchup. Morales batting .407. She moved up on catcher's indifference in that 7th inning. With runners on 2nd and 3rd, Guilford had a shot to get back in it, but unable to capitalize. This Quakers team now 12-9 on the season. It's going to be out to right field. Down the line, was it fair is the question. It's going to be foul. Would have had extra bases if it stayed on the left side of that foul line, but now 1-2 count with 2 down. Again, Morales has started every game this season but 1. Sparandeo, the pitch, inside. Maybe try to test that strike zone a little bit early on, too. Always early in the game, we want to try to establish that firm zone. It's going to be grounded to second, but it's going to get through the hole. It's going to be recorded a hit So Morales is on.
The center fielder, number 22, Grace Callis.
Grace Callis will step up now for the Quakers, batting .359. Solid work in center field in the last matchup. We knew there would be a few plays out there where you had to have some defensive brilliance. Both center fielders doing just that. Callis swings early, so 1-1. Windy day here at Moon Field. You always wonder if that will impact the fielders, and obviously it will, but just the extent, because a lot of routine fly balls or even ones put down, you never know. Bunt down the first baseline, and it's a solid throw from Tully to record the third out. So on LHSN, we'll head to the bottom of the first, but Lynchburg with a solid start, and Sperandeo will be right back on LHSN. Pitching today for Guilford, it will be the right-hander Shiloh Gray. And she's been really good this season. 2.53 ERA, 5-3 record in 10 appearances, 9 of which have been starts, leading the team with 52 2/3 innings pitched. So you know she is hoping to go far into this one.
Leading off for Lynchburg,
It's a little bit
player,
of a
6,
meeting
Carly Hudnall.
at the slab, but it's going to be Carly Hudnall, the designated player, who will step in as we begin the bottom of the first. Game 2 of a doubleheader. As Gray's first pitch, Hudnall showed bunt, will pull back for a ball. That pitch going to be just outside as well. Gray, the sophomore from Lexington, North Carolina. Batters have hit just .238 against her this season. Didn't see it in the first game. Lynchburg's a team that struggles with errors in the field. Saw just one total in the last one on the Quakers, but when you clean up your fielding, it helps a little bit of everything. That's something that the Hornets, if you get into conference tournament time, you have to start sharpening it up. It's going to be low, and that's going to be a walk for Hudnall. So no outs, and it's a leadoff walk as Addison Walter steps up to the plate. Walter, the junior from Mechanicsville, Virginia. Have to watch that runner on first as well. Try to cause some havoc on the base pads early on, but Lynchburg, team that doesn't steal often compared to others. Runner's going, and it's going to be foul. So the runner will go back to first. We're going to actually have to wait for the call on that. Wonder if that's interference or if it was just caught stealing. We'll have to keep you updated on that. After that play, Udnell just didn't return to first. So pitch a little low. Walter playing shortstop today. Have confirmation that Hudnall left base early, so that's how that out is recorded. Grounds out to third, 2 down now for the Hornets, so quickly the Quakers in good shape. But it's going to be Gracie Dooley that steps in. Left fielder in this matchup, wearing number 8.
Number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Dooley out of Liberty High School, batting .340 on the season. As we said, leads the team with 11 walks. It's going to be down the line, but foul. When you're facing a pitcher like Gray as well, you have to find different ways to get on base. You know, these Hornets will see, especially in these weekend doubleheaders, you're going to see a lot of inning eaters. Gray with the pitch. And that's going to be another foul down the left field line. 1-2 count, 2 down. Back to that error stat for Lynchburg. 33 on the season, 19 of which have been in losses. Record now 13-8, so averaging over 2 a game. A team who will play 20 games and 29 days in the month of April. Started it off with a victory in Game 1. One of the luxuries of softball and baseball, just playing so many times, if you can not allow it to get the best of you, you have many opportunities to make a difference. It's going to be right through the middle for a base hit. And Dooley is on board. So the first hit of the ball game for the Hornets will bring Olivia Herman to the plate. Catching in this one.
The catcher, number 13, Olivia Herman.
So 2 down here in the bottom of the first. It's going to be another blooper that gets into left field. So 1 pitch, 1 swing, and Olivia Herman will reach as well. So runners on first and second for the Hornets. Finding a little bit of a rhythm.
The second baseman, number 7, Sarah Watts.
And Sarah Watts batting 5th today for the Hornets. Still playing second as she did in the first game. Righty on righty matchup. This is a Lynchburg team that has found many contributors, which at this point of the season, up and down the lineup, you don't want to solely rely on those first 3 or 4 batters. So we know setting the table in the 8 spot or the 9 hole is so important as you turn things over. Here's the pitch. And it's going to get down, and a very solid effort again as Callis continues the center field work, and that's out number 3. So Guilford gets out of it cleanly. It's still 0-0 here on LHSN. We're back here with Sparandeo on the mound.
Leading off for Guilford, the right fielder, number 19, Casey Johnson.
Due up for Guilford is Johnson, Gray, and Turner. Casey Johnson in right field for game 2, batting left. First pitch swung at, pulled foul. Spring fling today on campus. Alumni can come back and celebrate with their sports teams. Weather is shaped out to be pretty nice. Also Military Appreciation Day. Had some recognition before the game. One of those things, baseball, not always the most important thing, as Sparandeo throws the first one down. Shiloh Gray, the pitcher, stepping up to bat. Saw it with Northern in game 1. Also in that batting lineup. As there's one down. Pitch is going to be in the dirt. So 1-1 count. She got one to hit. And it's going to be off the glove of the shortstop, Walter, as Gray will reach. No hesitation on that swing, and it looked pretty clean, and gets one into the outfield. So Quakers have one on board. We're going to see a pinch runner here for the Quakers. It's going to be number 11, Morgan Lawson.
Now running at first base for Guilford, number 11, Morgan Lawson.
Obviously having a pitcher in the matchup. Want to try to keep rest as optimal as possible. We know that their hands are already pretty full.
Now batting for Guilford, the designated player, number 9, Cassie Turner.
But the Quakers, 1 on, 1 out. It's going to be Turner up to bat. Cassie Turner, the sophomore from Burlington, North Carolina. 4 of 8 on the season, so official average right at 500. Corners of the infield are in a little bit. That one fouled off. Turner, the designated player in this one, wearing number 9. And a 1-2 count. It's going to be chopped and will go foul. Hustling over was Lawson. She went to second. A lot of times, too, you have to be alert because if that throw to first is wide, can claim an extra bag. Quakers, an excellent job of some heads-up base running. Chance for 2, and they're not going to get any as the ball ricochets into the outfield. Quick throw. It's going to be over their head. The Quakers are going to score one as Tully picks it up. Looks like 2 errors on the play. And the Quakers will jump out to an early 1-0 lead. So trying to dissect that play a little bit more for you, we saw ricocheted into right field. It was Powell who tried to throw it in, and then the throw to first, to Tully was a little bit wide. As the runner retreated, that allowed Lawson to score. So still 1 down. It's going to be 1-0 here in the top of the second. Just touched on Lynchburg and their errors and losses this season.
Now running at second base, number 4.
They are averaging almost 1 more than in their wins. So plays like that can shape up a ball game. We'll have to see how much of an impact it has later on. But for now, the Quakers
Stepping in for Guilford, the second baseman, number 5.
have a runner on second. It's going to be Mitchell who will bat. McKinley Mitchell, the sophomore from Clemens, North Carolina, batting .327. Skies one foul. We had barely finished our thought about the base running, and Quakers take advantage. So another one of those parts of softball. There's so many aspects to the game, and the best teams are going to find ways to have the most complete lineups, disciplined. We always know experience can come into play. Teams that are a little bit older. Sparandeo the pitch. It's going to be high into center. Who's got it? No, the shortstop, Walter, has it. Nice communication there. We saw 3 players closing in for the second out.
The first baseman, number 30, Faith Fennell.
Battling the sun as well. It's not always an easy play, but will go down as an F6. Faith Fennell, a junior from Buena Park, California. Starting every game this season. Did not bat in the last one, but she was at first base. Had a few very athletic plays. And will be fouled off. So 1-2 count, 2 down here at Moonfield. Temperature just south of 80. It's turned into a hot one. Fennell is going to watch that one go inside. It's going to try to bloop into center, but it will not, as the Hornets will wrap things up. So Guilford gets a run across on a pair of errors from the Hornets. So when we come back, Lynchburg will be at the plate. Here on LHSN, we've got a doubleheader. Part 2 coming your way. Having a lot of fun with you here on Moon Field. I'm Evan Gates taking you through the action today. As Gray continues to pitch, it's going to be Sophie Tolley at the plate for Lynchburg, playing first base today. Let's run you through the defensive alignment for the Quakers today. Going left to right in the outfield, it's Hill, Callis, and Johnson. Morales is at third. Lenkos is at short. Mitchell and Fennell round out the right side of the infield. Martin behind the plate. As we said, Shiloh Gray is pitching. Also hitting in this one, we saw there in the top of the second, Guilford scratching one across. So the Hornets trying to rebound as Tooley is at the plate. Two-one count. Tolley, one of the seniors on this team, batting .265. And right back to Gray. So a bit of an unlucky placement there on that swing as Tolley hit it pretty hard, but nice work from Gray to get out number one. That will bring Carly Cundiff up to the plate. If you're a pitcher, especially after that windup, it's a quick transition as it's going to be a base hit for Cundiff. Mentioned she had that hit streak going into the last game, about, I believe, 7 games. So though it ends on that one, she starts it right back up with this one. Cundiff has been phenomenal all season. There's going to be a pinch runner. We'll get you name momentarily. The Hornets in business, though. 1 out and 1 on.
Now running at first base, number 2, Leah Caldwell.
Leah Caldwell,
and stepping in
the pinch runner at first.
Number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
Kaylee Hackett will step in the box. No shortage of contact for the Hornets, just unable to really get runners on. But now a big opportunity. Got to also watch that steal attempt, early in the game. You want to even things up. Certainly a game of patience. Showed bunt, pulled it back. And it's going to be 1-1. inside and a hitter. So Hackett will advance to first. Runners will be on first and second. That will bring Lexi Powell to the plate.
The right fielder, number 10, Lexi Powell.
Pitch just got inside on the hands, and so now you wonder if the bunt is in play. See, just another example there of the wind gust here at Moon Field. We were expecting about 40 to 50 mile per hour gust prior to this game. We wonder what exactly that is, but still been a warm one. We've been pretty happy with the weather we've been given so far. Powell in right field today. Also started game one. Most of the Hornets did as well. They kept the lineup relatively similar. Charlton was phenomenal from a pitching standpoint. Went complete game. We're trying to see how Sparandeo will end up. We know, especially with weekend series, doubleheaders want to get some solid looks. Runner thinks about going. It's going to be popped up for out number 2. And that holds the runners. So that will turn things over back to Hudnall at the start of the lineup. A leadoff walk in the first to start things off for the Hornets. Gonna foul one back. Believe this is her 50th at-bat of the season. And she pulls it for a hit. It's going to be fumbled and right, and so the Hornets will tie things up. Solid work there from Carly Hudnall. And she will be a perfect 1-for-1 on the day now, and we are all square at 1.
The shortstop, number 3, Addison Walter.
Cundiff scored, and Hackett stayed at second, so Hornets still just 1 in scoring position. But a big chance now for Walter to try and gain an early lead. Took it right back after relinquishing it in the top half of the inning. Got to watch for that bunt, too, and even with 2 outs, we know the speed of Walter. Definitely a good shot to get on base. Playing shortstop today. It's a position that requires a lot of speed as well. Got to be all over the field, lots of different responsibilities as one will go foul over the net. This pitch is going to be outside. So 1-2 count with 2 down. Lynchburg trying to take the lead. Here's the pitch from Gray. It's going to be almost the same spot, another outside. 2 good takes from Walter. Grounded out in her first at bat. And after going down 0-2, the count is now full. Runners can go on this one. Pitch from Gray. It's going to be lifted, but foul. Saw Fennell running over there right by the dugout. Such a difficult play to make, too, in foul territory. There are so many different things to be looking at, along with the fans in the back. But we'll do it over again. Full count, 2 outs. The Hornets now 4 hits on the day. Another one fouled back. Walter, a solid at bat. This will be pitch number 8. And works another one foul. Gray 1 pitch from getting out of the inning. We got a good battle going on now. And strikes her out. How about that from Shiloh Gray for out number 3? And the Hornets will have to stick with just 1. But after 2, we've got an ODAC battle coming your way here. As when we come back, Guilford will be at the plate. Top of the lineup due up here for Guilford.
Leading off of Guilford, the shortstop, number 0.
It will be
Cassidy
Lenkos, Hill, and Morales. As we move into the 3rd. Sparandeo allowing 2 hits in 2 innings. It's going to be a pitch inside. ODAC standings at this point of the season, very premature. We know the conference play has really just started to open up. Number 9 in the nation, Randolph-Macon, currently leads. They have a 16-4 record. And a very nice job of Walter to stay in front of that one for out number 1. As I was saying, with Macon having the best overall record, you have to think they've certainly earned that spot. But before today's action going down, Randolph, Bridgewater, Guilford, Virginia Wesleyan, and Lynchburg round out that top 6. The Marlins were in town last week, split a pair with the Hornets, 2 ranked squads. But with lots of ball to be played here on April 1st, have to think those standings will really go out the window come May. Reach for that one. It's going to get in the gap, and it's going to be extra bases. Rounding second. And it's a triple for Hill as Guilford, with just one out, fighting right back. Stayed in the gap and almost a dead center. You had to wonder for a second as to who was going to get there first between those two outfielders, but now it's going to be Ali Morales in a very big spot. It's the Quakers trying to take the lead back. A little bit of seesaw action here. Wonder how long someone will keep a lead. Guilford have lost their last 3. Lynchburg have won their last 2. It's going to be chopped to short. Walter, tough throw. And that's going to be out number 2. Nice work from Tolley to stay on the bag. And it looks like the Shores wants to have a talk. Umpires will meet to discuss it. Same outcome. It's going to be out number 2.
The center fielder, number 22, Grace Callis.
That will bring Callis into the box. So still a runner on third. Could have been a very big play there from Walter because it holds the runner, and now Callis will have to get a base hit. The outfield and running over is Hackett for out number 3. So Guilford got one on third but unable to convert as we head to the bottom of the third on LHSN. Gracie Dooley will step in as we begin the bottom of the third. If you're just joining us, we've got a good one here in the ODAC Clash. Lots of sports going on around the ODAC today. We know lacrosse, baseball, softball, track, golf is always going. The Hornets beach volleyball program as well. And its inaugural season. Both teams in Lynchburg and Guilford are 2-1 in conference play after that game 1 result. The Hornets took it 2-1. This one's going, and it's going to hit the wall. And Dooley will settle for 2. But a running and scoring position with no outs. For a second, it looked like that one had a chance to get out of here, but Dooley doing a smart decision and just staying at second. And that will bring up Olivia Herman.
The catcher, number 13, Olivia Herman.
Leadoff double is never anything to fuss about, as we know. This Lynchburg team, very capable of driving in runners in scoring position. They've been able to do it, as that one's going to be down right field line, and there you go. So Dooley will cross the plate. It's a quick 2-1 lead for Lynchburg, and Herman will be credited with the RBI single. Could barely finish my thought there. The Hornets, we know they've gotten runners on base today. It's just been getting them across the plate, but Herman wasted no time, and now Sarah Watt will step in. Flew out to center in her first at-bat, so the score is now 2-1. The Quakers going to talk things over. And a possibility of seeing a pinch runner here. This looks like the discussion with Gray will be over.
Now running at first base.
So it will be number 33 for the Lynchburg, Skylar Sams, who will walk over to first with no outs. Big spot here for Watts. Trying to increase that Hornets lead. You know, Gray is used to pressure, as we mentioned. Leads this Quaker squad in innings pitch. Always an interesting stat, too, because we know how many injuries can happen in a season. You think about matchups and what's best, who to throw out there. But Gray has done solid work all season long as she starts her 10th game. 5 complete games on the season. There's going to be a hit and a left. Station to station as Watts will reach. Sets 3 straight hits for the Hornets, and Sophie Tooley will step up to the plate.
Number 25, Sophie Tooley.
You don't want to be struggling with contact, because if Tooley gets a hold of one, she is more than capable of driving in the pair on the bases. First pitch, swung at and foul. First game of the day, 2-0 victory for the Hornets. Very quick one as well. I believe it was about an hour and 19 minutes that things finished up. But chance to have a little bit more scoring in this one. Tolley almost gets one down fair, but it's going to roll foul. So now a 1-2 count. Doesn't totally throw the bunt out of the picture, but you have to think she'll be swinging on this one. Pops one up. It's going to go foul. We know with Moonfield sort of an extended process, but lots of renovations going on. Always exciting to see some of the changes. We know the new scoreboard out in right field, as you see on your screen. Another part of the changes that have been made. Obviously, you have all the scenery in the outfield. That won't really change. As you see Drysdale up on the hill. Chance to get in the gap. It's going to be a nice catch there out in center. And runners do not tag. So very productive out there for the Quakers. That'll put one out on the board as Cundiff steps up to the plate.
Number 4, Carly Cundiff.
We've been saying it all game long, all day long if you include game one, but Callis has had lots of movement out in center. Cundiff got an early hit in this one. Back in the second. Playing third base. Fouls that one back and to the right. Another part of the middle of this lineup. If you get a pitch to hit, might have some extra bases. So you continue to see lots of the dirt coming up. Wind's not going away. And here in the Hill City, does it ever? Cundiff in the right-handed batter's box, going to get a swing that's fouled right back to the net. Credit to the Lynchburg hitters here today. Gray has been unable to record a strikeout, but that's not because her stuff hasn't been there. It's just Lynchburg has fouled off so many. Waiting for the call. Did he go? No, says third base umpire. That's as close to strikeout as we've gotten. Just another example of the discipline at the plate from these Hornets. Then there you go. There's your first strikeout for Gray. As not an easy out in Cundiff, but found it back into the catcher's mitt. 4 out, number 2.
Number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
Kaylee Hackett, playing in center, will step up. She was hit by a pitch in the second. All season long for Lynchburg home sporting events. You can catch them right here on LHSN. Not exclusive to just Moonfield. We know up by the track and Schellenberger Field, we got a good one tonight as men's lacrosse host the CNU Captains, the number 1 team in the nation. Hackett had to swing early on that one as it came a little inside. So 1-2 count with 2 down. So when you see a lot of times someone who comes in pull heavy for a right-handed batter, it's going to hit one to the left direction. Two on, two out. Gray with the pitch. And a very nice one as she will get out of this inning, allowing just one run, but the Hornets take the lead again. It's 2-1 on LHSN. Angela Sperandeo, 9th appearance, 7th start on the season. Holding the Quakers to 1-3, but they're looking to change that as we head into the 4th. Lynchburg and the camo jerseys for Military Appreciation Day. They'll play again tomorrow at Ferrum for another pair. So 4 games in 2 days as Casey Johnson will step in. One pitch, it's going to get down the line and left, and going out of your screen was the left fielder and Gracie Dooley, who made the play for the first out of the inning. Nice hustle over there. You never know if it's going to be in your glove or not if you don't go out there and run for it. So Sperandeo had to enjoy that. One pitch, one out. And the pitcher, Shiloh Gray, will step in. Saw it earlier as well, but quick turnaround. You get your glove off, get in the on-deck circle. Obviously more common at a collegiate level, but always impressive. No matter what level we're talking about, pitchers who can go out and step up to the plate. Talk about having an impact on the game. Kyle Haney and I, and a lot of the baseball games earlier this season for Lynchburg, we've discussed how the pitcher has so much of an impact. Sperandeo misses that one. It's going to be turned around from second and recorded for an out. How about that? It took a little bit of everyone to get that one as Watts throws over to Tully for out number 2. But pitchers have such a chance to really perform, and ultimately they're touching the ball every single play or pitch of the game, as you say. So it's interesting to see how it shapes up the matchups. The designated player, Turner, has stepped up to the plate. Another grounder to Watts. Routine to Tzoli. And 1, 2, 3 go the Quakers. So solid half of the inning. Sperandeo still just one allowed through 4 here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. Welcome back on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. We've got a solid ODAC battle as the Hornets lead 2-1
Number 17, Alyssa Taliamtua.
as we head into the bottom half of the inning. Alyssa Taliamtua will be up to bat, pinch hitting in this one. Hackett was due up. And swings at the first pitch. She sees, tries to beat it out, but unable as Guilford gets out number 1. An easy 4-3 ground out. Correction, she actually pinch hit for Powell, so that will bring up Hudnall to the plate. A walk and a hit. Can't ask for much better production than that. Both of them have seemed to have a pretty big impact. We know that single to begin the third allowed the Hornets to take the lead right back. High pitch and trying to bloop into left field, but that will be caught by Lenkos at short. So quickly, 2 outs for Gray and the Quakers. We're going to have another pinch hitter.
Number 18, Alex DiNardo.
And Alex DiNardo will step in. So Gray has worked pretty efficiently here in the last couple of innings. DiNardo, a freshman from Moseley, Virginia. 3 starts and 13 appearances, but she's batting .294, which to get as a pinch hitter, you always have to think there's a solid chance she's stepping on first. Gray will do what she can to avoid that. Here's the pitch. Solid contact, and it's going to get into the gap. DiNardo is going to reach for second. It's going to be a tight play. She gets her foot in. And DiNardo with a pinch hit double. The Hornets are back in business. Nice directional hitting there, too. Just got the pitch in a good spot. Drives it out into left center.
Re-entering back in for the Hornets, number 3, Addison Walter.
So 2 outs here. Runner on second.
And stepping in,
The bottom of the 4th. Gracie Dooley will step up to the plate. A single and a double in this one. It was a quick back-to-back of Dooley and then Herman in the 3rd inning that scored the run. Dooley got the double and an RBI single from Olivia Herman. Dooley playing in left field today. The senior from Bedford. Pitch, gonna be a little outside. Sierra Martin is behind the plate today for Guilford. Not hitting, but she is catching. Seen a few nice looks back to second, holding that runner. And another chance to get into the gap. It's gonna be a tough play. How about that? We've been calling her name all game as Grace Callis comes up with a solid catch. to end the bottom of the fourth. So the Hornets still not getting anything on the score column, but they hold on to a 2-1 lead. We'll be right back on LHSN. McKinley Mitchell, sophomore from Clemens, North Carolina, will step in for Guilford. A little over halfway through this contest at Moon Field. Doubleheader that has moved relatively quickly thanks to some nice pitching in that first game. See the wind gusts relentlessly holding on throughout the day. We talk about it all the time, but at this point of the season in Virginia, you really don't know what you're going to get. Somewhere between 20 and 80. Maybe throw in a little bit of wind. I've seen snow come as late as April, so really just never know what it's going to be like. But today it's turned out to be pretty nice. Great day for sports as well with the Final Four, including the Division III Final Four that happened a couple weeks ago, and the National Championship earlier today in women's basketball as Transylvania took the win over Christopher Newport. Christopher Newport winning the men's championship in Fort Wayne. So we've seen lots of representation within the state. So many good schools inside the ODAC and out. And it's pulled down the line, and it's going to be a solid hit from Mitchell. She's turned and gone to second. Leadoff double for McKinley Mitchell. She made it look extremely easy. Just waits for the pitch and keeps it fair. Back and forth we go here at Moon Field as Faith Fennell will step in, the first baseman. Righty on righty matchup. Quakers have had multiple opportunities throughout this game. They've taken most of them as Fennell lays down a very nice bunt, but will be fouled. Didn't get out enough. That one was just a touch to the side. It's about as good of a bunt as you could have asked for. Umpires will have a little bit of a chat. Sometimes maybe not enough emphasis placed on bunting from a spectator standpoint. Just how effective it can be when used at the right time. See a leadoff double, you almost had to think that Fennell was going to use it. Umpires having a discussion with Don Simmons. Out of the dugout. As we resume action, Sperandeo getting ready for the pitch. Mentioned it in game one, but Don Simmons, most wins in ODAC history, and it's going to be a hit down the line. Ball gets loose And scoring is Mitchell Fennell will get to second, and this game is tied. It's going to be a hit and an error on the throw from right field. As now all squared up. Lynchburg going to have a little bit of a talk with Sperandeo. It's been a solid effort so far. But Guilford coming out swinging here in the top of the fifth. You don't like to see batters step in the box looking as confident as the Quakers have, but they have gotten some extremely nice contact these past few at bats. But talk will be over, and Alenkos will step up. Third at bat. She's going to get contact on it, pops out to center, so one down.
The left fielder, number 6, Abby Hill.
Abby Hill playing in left field. She tripled her last time up to bat. Got into the gap. It was just fumbled a little bit. Errors have been costly all season, really for any squad, but for the Hornets, if you're Don Simmons, you're hoping to keep those defensive breakdowns minimal. Runner thought about going, stays on second. Maybe just trying to bait a throw as well. You see that a lot of times. Trying to get that throw to second. But Herman holds on to it, and now it's a 1-1 count. One down here in the top of the fifth. Pitcher's count for Sperandeo. And that's going to be a strikeout. So 2 gone. Sparandeo's second of the day. Excuse me, looks like that will be her first strikeout of the day. So Sperandeo retires Hill. Brings up Allie Morales. Always a threat, batting north of 400 this season. Right back to Sperandeo, but unable to get it. Runner will reach first, and now the Quakers are on the corners. So a hit right back up the middle. Sperandeo just couldn't control it. That brings up Grace Callis, who has been phenomenal all day long. Batting .359, she's going to drive in more. Trouble for the Hornets as the Quakers will take the lead right back. It's an RBI single from Grace Callis. And with 2 down, Don Simmons is going to go back out there to have a talk. Nice piece of hitting. We've seen it really all parts of the field today. Not limited to one. We saw that hit right into the gap and right. Scores Fennell as Guilford takes the lead. It's been a fun doubleheader so far. We thank you for joining us here on LHSN. Two ODAC teams that statistically are almost dead even. And going to see a defensive change here. Sperandeo will be done from a pitching standpoint, but Lynchburg will bring in Kaylee Dorsis with a 1.44 ERA, 6-1 record on the season. This will be her 13th appearance. 2 complete games, really all season long. She's been getting it done for the Hornets, and we'll see if she can keep the damage to a minimum. Here in the top of the 5th, Guilford already 2 runs. Dorsis, a sophomore from Chesapeake, Virginia, out of Hickory High School. As she finishes up her warm-up tosses. So, Sperandeo pitching 4 2/3.
Stepping in for the Quakers, the right fielder number 19, Casey Johnson.
She allowed 3 runs, 7 hits, responsible for the runners on first and second. And first pitch will be fouled. Casey Johnson back up for Guilford. With 2 outs here, bringing in a reliever. It's an interesting decision because your pitcher has to be ready to go. It's a crucial situation if you're the Hornets to not allow any more come across the plate, but you also have to be ready to go because you know Guilford's going to come out swinging. Dorsis the pitch. Gets it high. Johnson 0 for 2 on the day. Saw Callis with an RBI single. That's strike 3. Dorsis gets her job done. So that will end the top portion of the 5th inning. But Guilford has gone right back into the lead. So we'll have more softball for you on Moonfield here on LHSN when we come back. Welcome back here on LHSN. Just to specify some of the defensive changes for Lynchburg that last half inning. So Dorsis came in to pitch. Hudnall, who was the designated player, is now catching. So an entirely new battery for Lynchburg. And that will make the catcher who was catching for Sperandeo and Olivia Herman. This should be the OP for the remainder of this one. So the bottom of the 5th. It's Olivia Herman at the plate. Two for 2. Had an RBI single last time out. Seen the lead already flip around a few times. Nice snag at third, throw over to first, and there's one down. Even those routine ground balls, especially when you don't know what the field is like, some of the rain overnight, you never know when the ball is going to jump up, but solid work there at third base from Morales to get the throw over to first. Sarah Watts, second baseman, will be up to bat. If you remember that first game, we mentioned how Watts was player of the week last week. That's a mentality. If you're Lynchburg, you have to have. Anybody can go out there and get it done. Because come tournament time, you have your pitching staff, but you have to figure out who's going to contribute on the batting side of things. As pitch in there for a strike. 1-1 count. It's not quite like basketball where you know you're going to have somebody go out there and drop 20 or 30 points. Softball, one of those sports, we know how difficult it is to get numbers up, so you have to make sure that you have a lineup that is consistent enough to where you'll make some stuff happen when it matters. The 1-2 to Watts. Got her swinging. It's a solid pitch from Shiloh Gray. Second strikeout of the day.
Number 25, Sophie Tully.
And now Sophie Tully, the first baseman, is up to bat. So another quick 2 outs. Gray is really finding a rhythm here in the middle portion of this ball game. Yes, Tully is just going to bloop one into left. So the Hornets' 9th hit of the ball game comes from the first baseman. That'll bring up Carly Cundiff.
The third baseman, number 4, Carly.
Playing third today. Another one of those hitters in the lineup you have to be a little wary of. The senior from Glade Hill, Virginia, graduated from Franklin County High School. Batting .417 on the season. Just going to be a pinch runner going to first. It looks like it's going to be number 11 for the Hornets. It's going to be Amela Clausen.
Number 11, Amela Clausen. And stepping in for the Hornets, number 16, Madison Barnes.
Madison Barnes will step in to hit for Cundiff. Saw her pinch hit the last game. Can the Hornets start a 2-out rally is the question. Gray has looked very strong, towing the slab the last few innings. The Hornets, a run in the second and a run in the third. And the wind continuing to be furious. I mean, one of those things, screens won't do it justice, but if you see the flag out in center field, I think you can understand. But here's the pitch. It's going to be inside. Going to look at the pitch. It's now a 1-2 count with 2 down. for Barnes. Gray with a chance. Let's get through the 5th inning. But the pitch is going to be outside. Barnes is going to make her work for it. Nine hits for the Hornets, but Shiloh Gray has done a great job of not allowing them to really be in great succession. It's a pitch high in the zone. The inning will continue. Runner held at second, so there will now be Hornets on first and second base as Hackett is due up. Don Simmons walking down. Speak with the home plate umpire. Looks like we will have a change. Predicting it's going to be... We'll have to wait. Actually, Lexi Powell will be next for the Hornets, so we will wait for confirmation. It will be number 27 for the Hornets, Abby Lockhart.
Now batting for the Hornets,
Batting .333 on the season.
Abby Lockhart.
This will be at bat number 7 on the season. So obviously 2 for 6 to get that .333 average. Hornets now in double digits in the hit column. Pitch a little too high for the home plate umpire's liking. It's going to be 1-0. Base hit can tie the ball game. It's going to be inside, pulled to the third baseman, and they will just have to hold the throw, bases loaded. Good work there from the shortstop Lankos to back up Morales at third. But now the Hornets with a chance to come back. We've seen the lead tossed around a few times already. And Lexi Powell is going to try and extend it, but Lynchburg will also have a pinch runner on first. Will be number 19 re-entering the ball game, Kaylee Hackett.
Back in the run at first base, number 19, Kaylee Hackett.
So Shiloh Gray will have her hands full as Powell will step in. Powell starting every game this season for the Hornets. We've said that about quite a few out on the field as we've rounded the midway point. Time is called. Down to Moonfield, 2 down. Big spot for the Hornets. It's going to be Chop. It's popped up. Catcher wanted it. As Martin behind the plate. Unable to grab it before it graces the net. We'll do it all over again. See some of those circus catches on highlights and replays. Sometimes it's just so difficult to imagine that level of skill, as this one's going to be popped up, and Guilford might get out of it. Lankos will hold on. Solid effort from Shiloh Gray, and the Hornets unable to take the lead despite having runners on all 3 bases. As we head into the 6th inning, Guilford leading 3-2. Dorsis is back out for Lynchburg. And we started things right around 2 o'clock as the Hornets took game 1 2-0, but Guilford in the driver's seat in this one. Some Saturday ODAC action as Shiloh Gray will step in to bat for the Quakers.
Leading off for the Quakers, the pitcher number 33, Shiloh Gray.
Right now, her line from a pitching standpoint will sit at 2 runs, 11 hits allowed. Obviously a little too early to make predictions, but if things held, she would be in line for the win. But lots of ball to be played here in the 6th and 7th innings. Hornets trying to keep things tight. Dorsis on the mound. We'll see what she can do and keeping it there. First pitch to Gray will be inside. As we said, Dorsis has been phenomenal this season. 39 innings pitched. Another one of those staples in the lineup as it's cut by Tsoli for out number 1. And it's difficult to have a true pitching rotation because we know that there are midweek games. There are also weekend doubleheaders, but Dorsis, every time her number has been called, has come out and given the Hornets at least an opportunity to keep things close. It's going to be gently hit to short. Tsoli will grab it for out number 2. Nice work by Walter to throw it over. And quickly 2 outs as McKinley Mitchell will step in for the Quakers. Not getting super strong contact. Dorsis has kept things in the strike zone for the most part, but that's going to be ball 1. Another one popped up. Every single pitcher is going to be different, and it really just comes down to strategy, but it's always interesting. The more that you watch softball or baseball and seeing the other tendencies, decisions to be made, whether you blow one right by, if you're going to use more off-speed stuff. But Dorsis has hung around the strike zone, and she's a strike away from getting out of the top of the 6th. Pitch to Mitchell. Going to be a little high. It's going to be hit into right routine. Fly ball ends the inning. So 3 up, 3 down for Dorsis. She's been solid. And the Hornets going to try and take over that lead again in the bottom of the 6th. Top of the order due up for Lynchburg, barring any pinch hitters. But we thank you for joining us here on Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. As we said, it's a busy day for Lynchburg Sports, and we appreciate you spending the time with us on a very gusty Saturday.
Lynchburg. Number 6, Carly Hudnall.
And Hudnall will step in for the Hornets, trailing by just 1. He's going to swing at it, and a nice effort there by the second baseman Mitchell just to toss it over for out number 1. Hudnall tried to beat it out unsuccessfully.
Now batting number 3, Addison Walter.
Mentioned women's lacrosse in action against Averett. They lead 12-9 right now up on Schellenberger Field in the middle of the 4th quarter. Also being broadcast on LHSN. Start time might have gotten bumped back based on the weather. Same could be said about this one. Just a few minutes, not too much. Especially with the doubleheader, you want to make sure you do things right. Gray delivers the pitch. It's going to be in there, but caught a ball. Excuse me, that will be a strike. So 1-1 count. 1 out for the Quakers. Pulls one, throw to first, and 2 down.
Stepping in, number 8, Gracie Dooley.
Gracie Dooley, the left fielder. 2 for 3 in this one as she steps up to the plate in the 6th. Right back to Gray. It's going to be an easy throw to first. And the Quakers have to enjoy that inning. They're 3 outs away from splitting the series here in Lynchburg. But we've got a whole nother inning to play right back here on Moonfield. Welcome back here on the Lynchburg Hornets Sports Network. I'd like to give a shout out really to the entire LHSN crew. Director of Digital Media, Tim LaDuca. As always, running the broadcast side of things today and having as busy of a schedule as we've had. We know it's no easy task. Faith Fennell will step in for the 3rd time. She is 1 for 2 with a single. Crunch time here in the top of the 7th. First pitch in there for a strike. Dorsis has not been too tested so far. Stays confident in the circle. There's another strike. Seems like she just knows where she's going with every pitch and has done a great job of executing. But it'll be Herman, Watts, and Tolley in the Hornets' half of the 7th. They'll be down just 1. If Dorsis can retire the side, but Quakers trying to extend the lead. Good take from Fennell. It's going to make it a 1-2 count. Another very solid take. Again, you just got to test that zone if you're Dorsis. And Fennell thought it was ball 3. Or excuse me, ball 4, but it will indeed be ball 3. So full count. Sometimes maybe you just want to test the umpires too. Always interesting way to maybe convince them, but it will be a strikeout for out number 1. You never know. Everybody running this game is human as well. Saw in spring training at a professional level in the MLB. This is one of the more interesting calls I have seen. It was the A's and the Giants, and there were 2 outs recorded, and everybody thought it was the 3rd. So players ran off the field. It took an entire 10 minutes later, as the umpires convened to have a conversation about it, that there were 2 outs instead of 3. So imagine what that would be like at a regular season game. But as always, that's the game that so many of us enjoy to watch. Here in the 7th inning. Nice work to foul it off, 0-2 count. Odak softball in full swing. The Hornets on the road tomorrow, the Quakers at home tomorrow for another pair of doubleheaders. Dorsis throws that one outside. Lankos, the leadoff hitter, is at the plate. She's playing shortstop today. We've seen her make a nice few throws there. Another one fouled off, so Lankos battling nicely. Here in the visiting half of this 7th inning. Hornets will still be able to bat in the bottom side of the inning, but if this does go down as a loss, you look at the 3 errors. Once again, characteristic of a few of those losses. Quick throw to first, and Tolley is going to get it for out number 2. That was extremely close. Tolley does an excellent job of extending that glove.
The left fielder, number 6, Abby Hill.
And now Abby Hill will step in as Lankos has a quick conversation. A lot of times you'll see batters talk about something they see. The veterans do an extremely good job of that, just being in constant communication. That's why sometimes you'll see 3 or 4 hits strung in a row. Hill 1 for 3, the triple and a strikeout. Pitch, gonna be low, so 1-1 count. And it looks like was hit off her ankle, so we'll do it all over again. 1-2 count. The Hornets out hitting the Quakers 11-7, but as we know, means nothing on the score column as Guilford has found a way. Extremely efficient in that first half of the ball game. Heads up base running, capitalizing on the Lynchburg errors. It's another fouled back. 1-2 pitch, and it'll strike out Hill for out number 3. But the Hornets will have some work to do in the bottom of the 7th. We'll be right back. Would like to welcome you back here on Moon Field. Lynchburg will have some work to do, trailing by 1 in the bottom of the 7th. Shiloh Gray still in the circle. Chance for a complete game. And boy, would it be a big win to split the doubleheader. We know how close this ODAC could end up being at the end of the season, so every single game will matter, and it's going to be a very interesting finish. Emma Patterson will go into right field for the Quakers. As Herman will step in. Herman Watson Tully will hit for the Hornets. And takes the first one low, so 1-0 count. His first batter in an inning where you need something to happen can be so crucial. Just trying to be patient in the box, really set the standard for what you want to see on deck, and then throughout the rest of the lineup, if you get there. But we know Dawn Simmons, and her coaching experience, is extremely prepared for the task at hand. Gray with the pitch. 3-0 count now. Have to think this will be a take. You never know when that green light's on, though. And that's going to be in there for a strike. So still a hitter's count for Herman. She had that RBI single in the 3rd. Can she come up in a big spot yet again? Time is called. That's going to be fouled back, so a full count. Big pitch to start the inning here. You have to expect there will be something to hit. Gray gets it in there. It's going to be popped up. Who's got it? It's the right fielder, Patterson, who just came into the game with a big first out. F9 in your scorebook as Sarah Watts, the second baseman. ODAC Player of the Week just a little while ago. Gray just battles. Doesn't really matter those first few pitches. Lynchburg hitters having hitters counts, just haven't been able to really get any super strong contact on it. Lots of pop-ups throughout this game. And a late strike there. So 1-2 count on Watts. Not going to be called. Strike 3, so 2-2. Some of those pitches close, but not close enough. Another pop-up. Will it bloop into right field? It's just going to be foul. Nice hustle from a swarm of Quakers down that line. The freshman from South Boston trying to make something happen in the bottom of the 7th. And Gray will get strike 3. And if you're a Quakers fan, you can start to feel it now. Gray with the second out of the inning. It's going to be up to the senior, Sophie Tolley. So we said earlier, she has the strength. But with their backs against the wall, what can't she do? Inside for ball 1. It was a big strikeout from Shiloh Gray. The chance for a complete game. See the dust kicking up behind her. Tolley ahead in the count. That count being 3-0. And a chance for the Hornets. We'll see if this is a take. And it will be, but in there for a strike. Set it on one of those previous at-bats. Tolley's going to get something to hit, you'd have to imagine, but there's a free base. Don't want to put something too close to the zone. Tolley, ground out, and that'll do it. The Quakers will finish things off in a very nice performance from Shiloh Gray. She'll finish with the complete game. It'll be Gray with the win, Sharon Deo with the loss, and the Hornets will fall 3-2. So as we wrap up the doubleheader, this pair of teams will split the 2 games. Worked relatively quickly, and it's been an exciting day here at Moon Field. 2 teams that have found success early in the season. So at the end of 2 games, they will both have 13-9 records. Statistically, not much separates these 2 squads. You wonder what it'll look like as the ODAC tournament approaches. But for now, still lots of softball to be played in April. And you can catch all the home games on LHSN. So that'll do it here from Moon Field. I'm Evan Gates. Thank you for joining us. And a big thanks to our entire crew throughout the day as Lynchburg splits the doubleheader here in Lynchburg. Have a good one.